All right. Good evening, everybody. Happy Monday. Or whatever time or day it may be for you. Naps with Cat. Thank you so much for the 2 months. Appreciate that resub. Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much for the love and support. Hope you're doing well. And Kikyo, thank you so much for the raid. Gotta figure out why it crashed. Big rips for that run. What were you doing runs of? As somebody who also runs a lot of old temperamental PC games, nothing feels worse than having a crash ruin a run. It's happened to me a lot over the years. Speeding through Silent Hill 2 Enhanced? Yep. Had a new update and wanted to get a clip of the face thingy, which thankfully I did. Yes, I saw the whisper. I actually need to go back and check the OG because there's a lot of textures and things like that the devs added specifically for Enhanced Edition that were not in the original. And that painting is very clearly like faces. Not just a peeled face, but several faces. Have a clip of the OG version too, but it was off the legit PS2, so it's really blurry. Yeah, I'll have to check it. I'll have to do some digging. But I guess it's just a bit of creepy artwork that the original devs put in. There's a few places all throughout Silent Hill 2 OG where that's the case, especially like in the Woodside Apartments and Blue Creek Apartments. There's paintings of like landscapes that have skulls hidden in them and things like that. Can send the other older clip too if you want it. I mean, if you feel like it. If you feel like it. It's stuff that I'll probably wind up eventually. I mean, I'm going to play the OG again at some point. I'm going to play Enhanced Edition again at some point. Replaying these games. I've been very caught up on the remake, and we're going to have stuff like Silent Hill F out soon, but going back and replaying the originals is still a big part of my life, so if you want to share them, feel free to share them. I would say put them in the Discord rather than whispers and things like that. Still enjoy playing the OG, mostly because, yeah, no crashing. I mean, I've dealt with technical issues with everything. Playing the PC version vanilla with no mods, because that's how I used to speedrun it, and that's how I originally learned to speedrun Silent Hill 2. Speedrunning the Enhanced Edition, when we finally, as a speedrun community, came to a consensus on a set of rules for the Enhanced Edition runs and made a category for it of its own. Yeah, I mean, I run all the Silent Hill games, so technical issues and crashing, it's just a part of running old games, especially with a lot of the Silent Hill games. And the new games. I've had issues with the remake as well. But what's up, everybody? Hey, Chaos Joe. 22, it's just me. Hello. Thank you for coming by with Kikyo. What's up, Ram Ranch? Hey, Pablo. Ancient Oleander. Hello, hello. Lurking in the fog and snow. Hope you're all doing well. Hey, how's it going, Shadow Noises? Hope everybody is doing well this fine Monday evening. Hope you all had a good weekend. Friday I had an appointment with my cardiologist and went over some stuff. Got some potential things maybe figured out. Did an EKG and was diagnosed with inappropriate sinus tachycardia, which is just kind of a fancy way of saying my heart rate is irregular and too high when it shouldn't be, without really knowing why. So to try and figure the reason out, I've got a heart monitor, a wearable heart monitor stuck to my chest. I feel like Tony Stark. I got it on Friday, and today was the first day I had to remove it and recharge it and stick it back on. Not the most pleasant experience. but thankfully not the worst. There's some other heart monitors out there where you have to like sand your skin. This one is not like that, thankfully, but having a device stuck to my chest for the next 2 weeks, having a extra phone I have to carry around with me everywhere so that it records all the data. It's a bit annoying. But hey, if it'll help diagnose what's going on with my heart, get that out of the way. And then next month, at the end of July, I've got a follow-up to go over all the data that the monitor collects. And then I've also got an appointment with an orthopedic specialist to try and address some of the pain and numbness I've been getting on my left side. Because I'm still getting pain and random numbness in like my left leg, left arm, left side of my face. Good thing is my primary doctor at the very least doesn't think it's neurological. She doesn't think it would be something like stroke or transient ischemic attacks like the nerve specialist who I saw thought it might have been. So hopefully between the cardiologist and the orthopedic specialist, we can figure stuff out and it's nothing neurological. Tassadul, welcome back. Thank you so much for the 24 months. 24 months. Thank you so much, dude. Finally figured out the amount of cattle to sacrifice for Silent Hill 2 Remake to not crash. I'm starting to sense a theme about Silent Hill 2 crashing. It's 4. I think I had my first non-crashing run about 2 hours ago. Nice. Nice. What category are you running, by the way? Are you doing the really cool skips? Where you like queue up actions when vaulting to like fall out of bounds and stuff like that? You do glitchless? A man of culture, I see. I'm not sure what I'm gonna learn first. Usually, with speedruns, I like glitches. Glitches can be fun. Silent Hill Homecoming is like one of my favorite speedruns. It's not a particularly good game just as like a casual Silent Hill game to play. It's one of my lowest rated ones in that regard. But in terms of speedrunning, Homecoming is one of my favorites. Simply because it is broken in all the best ways. Like, once you get a handgun, walls don't matter anymore. You can just clip through everything, so it becomes a matter of getting really proficient at executing the glitch so that you can clip through stuff, doing it quickly, knowing where you can clip through, because if you clip through the wrong wall or floor, you just fall and die. You fall into the void, you know? So you can only sequence break certain things, you can only kind of clip in certain places, and not every clip is the same. Every wall, every floor, everything that you sequence break and clip through is sort of specific. You have to learn a certain position and angle and method to getting through. Or pillar climbs where you're clipping partially into a wall, or usually a pillar, and it teleports you all the way up to the top of the collision box in order to get over and around things that you normally couldn't go through. Homecoming's a lot of fun. Crazy, crazy speedrun. Also didn't know there were proper glitches yet. Last I checked, there was only restricted runs. Are you in the speedrunning Discord? If you go to speedrun.com on the Silent Hill series forums, there should be a pinned thread with a link to the Silent Hill speedrun Discord. And lots of active runners, lots of retired runners, like I guess I'm semi-retired, but lots of helpful people who will just help others learn. And as people discover things, they're usually on the Discord for a very long time before being integrated into actual runs that are on the leaderboard itself. So if you're interested in running Silent Hill, any of them, new ones, old ones, everything in between, there's a channel for running all of them, and there's a community of people who run all of them. And when I say all of them, I mean all of them. There's at least 4 or 5 of us, even myself included, who run stuff like Play Novel and can help you out with that if you want to start running the Play Novel. Deverin, thank you so much for the 43 months. It's a lot of months. Welcome back. Thank you, thank you. Hey Nub, do you think improved combat actually lowers the fear factor of survival horror? Being backed into a corner while feeling disadvantaged, combat-wise, enhances the terror for me. Yes and no. Ultimately, the problem with that kind of thing is that fear is a really subjective thing. Everybody feels and experiences fear differently. And especially with, video games and stuff like that. Like, I play a lot of horror. I'm very desensitized when it comes to horror media. So things like that can just feel frustrating more than scary. And it's the same for a lot of people, where there's a certain aspect of, I guess, feeling helpless in regards of combat. Feeling disadvantaged can feel nerve-wracking. It can build tension, but it's a very fine line between, a game sort of naturally building that tension of discouraging combat and feeling like you can just do anything and overcome anything, which is a big dividing point for things like Resident Evil 4. A lot of people sort of view Resident Evil 4 as like the action game in the Resident Evil series that started off kind of the trend of action games, where it's like, why would I be scared when I can suplex these dudes and bust their heads open and jump kick everything. And basically you have so many options with combat. Like, why would you be afraid of anything versus something like, I guess Silent Hill 1 or classic Resident Evil, where you've got 2 bullets and a knife, and you're like, I really don't want to fight anything because all I have is this stuff that's not very good at fighting, and the combat is not particularly fleshed out enough to make it feel fair when fighting something. I said, for me, very, very few games manage to hit that sweet spot of having the combat be like putting you at a disadvantage enough where it adds to the tension rather than just being frustrating. Most of the time it's just frustrating. It's like, I hit the button, my character was too slow, this combat sucks. Or I tried to shoot my gun, the bullet ricocheted behind me. That's a real thing from Silent Hill Downpour. If you're standing too close to a wall, your bullets don't come out of the front of the gun. They're based on where your camera positioning is. So you can literally have your bullets get stuck in a wall behind you as you're trying to shoot something in front of you in Downpour. That doesn't add tension. That doesn't make me feel like, oh, the monsters have the advantage. This is scary. No, it makes me think the combat fucking sucks, and I wish I was playing a better game. I think the games that do the best at, like, trying to make you feel scared, like you're at a disadvantage, are the games where you can't fight back at all, anyway. Stuff like Amnesia: The Dark Descent, stuff like Shattered Memories. There's a lot of those types of games where your methods of fighting back are basically extremely limited or not at all, to put you at a disadvantage. I would prefer that in almost any situation, as opposed to just bad combat. Feeling like it's trying to put me at an intentional disadvantage through combat mechanics or limited combat mechanics. I'd much rather just have no combat at all, or extremely limited, resources and what you can do. Same thing with moments where they take things away from you. There's a good way and a bad way to do it. Silent Hill 2, I think, is a prime example of a good way to do it. You have to put all of your stuff, onto a shelf. All of your weapons, all of your ammo, your flashlight, like everything has to be put away. And then you have to get through not a super long segment, but like a little segment of the hotel where you've relied on having all of these things for all of the game up until this point, and now they're gone. And you have to try and get through without them for a little bit. That type of stuff, I think, is really scary. Then you have Downpour, where every 2 hours you cross a bridge, a very obvious bridge point, where it's like, oh, I wonder what's going to happen this time. Oh, the bridge broke and all my weapons fell out of my pockets. Weird how this just keeps happening. I should get better pockets. Yeah. Sure, it's a fine line, but when they hit it, though, I'm struggling to think of many games where the combat itself is at that point where you feel like you're at a disadvantage, where you feel like you actively don't want to try and engage in combat, and like being backed into a corner by enemies is like legitimately terrifying. So, I don't know. I don't think improved combat, to go back to your question, I don't think improved combat lowers the fear factor of survival horror. I think you can have tons of really nice feeling combat mechanics and weapon variety that still feels scary because of the way the enemies are designed. I'm a big fan of enemies being designed around your weapons. So it's like, yeah, you've got all these things. You've got your pipe for long range. You've got your knife for short range. You've got your handgun and your shotgun and like this and that. You find those things, but then you have specific enemies that have to be dealt with in specific ways. So certain enemies are going to be harder to deal with, like with a shotgun, but they're weak if you get up close and use the knife. But you've got to be much more on point with your movement to be that close and not take damage. Or things that are very, very fast and can catch up to you very, very quickly. And if they get up to you, then you're practically dead. But as long as you're quick with your gun, you know, and your aim is on point, you can shoot them before they get too close to you. Like, I'm a big fan of enemies being designed around your combat mechanics rather than just withholding mechanics from players for the purpose of trying to build tension. I want the tension to come from the atmosphere. I want it to come from the interactions, whether that's through puzzles or characters or enemies. And I don't want to feel like things are just purposefully limited to try to make it feel, you know, like I'm at a disadvantage. Not a huge fan of segments in games like Legend of Zelda, where they find some contrived excuse to rob Link of all his gear and have him get it back item by item. Forcing the player to give up all their gear at once in Silent Hill 2 is a nice way to do it, so you can just get it all back when you get the chance later. And it feels really good. It makes you appreciate all those things that you've had. You get through those couple of corridors, and you got to get past some mannequins and, you know, some other things without any sort of weaponry. There's also moments like in the labyrinth when you encounter Pyramid Head, and it's like, yeah, you've got all these guns and melee options, but it's not going to do shit against Pyramid Head. So you've also got that sort of aspect, where, again, it makes you appreciate the moments where you can fight back, but it doesn't just feel like it's taking away your options for the sake of like, oh, this will be scary if you're backed into a corner and combat sucks. Like, no. Usually if combat sucks, you're frustrated more than scared, in my experience. Regularly mixing things up and throwing curveballs is definitely a good way to handle horror, which is something that Silent Hill 2 Remake, I think, did really well. Introducing enemies and then reintroducing variants that have different abilities. Like, okay, I've already taken down a dozen of these lying figures, that's no big deal. And then you kill one that erupts into a big puddle and cloud of puke that hurts you standing too close to it after it died. Okay, I've dealt with these mannequins enough times. I know how to fight them. I've gotten used to seeing their attack patterns and I can dodge them. And then they start leaping at you from the damn ceiling and the walls. Wish the nurses had a variant or two. The nurses do. It's just less noticeable. I wish they had a more noticeable variant. There are the darker colored, like, black goo nurses where the heads are wrapped in bandages instead of having the big latex thing on them. They are different. They have different attack patterns. They're more aggressive. They're a little bit faster. But you kind of just fight them the same as you fight any other nurse. You shoot them in the leg and they go down to a knee, and then you run up and you beat them with whatever melee weapon you've got. Or you just chainsaw through everything. So, yeah, the nurses have variants. They are different, visually and functionally, but the variations on them doesn't really change how you deal with them the way that it does with lying figures and mannequins and things like that. Meow, 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 meow. All right. Let's get into some Silent Hill 2. Silent Hill 2, the remake, the remake, the remake. Silent Hill 2, the remake, the cam hack. Still remember my first visit by a spider mannequin? They hide in walls now? I love them, so cute. I said, I like that stuff. I liked those additions, and especially as somebody very familiar with the original, like, having those new things that I was not anticipating was a welcome surprise. Let me check all my audio stuff. Should be good. This is day 26 of the Silent Hill 2 remake cam hack playthrough. And we're just about done with the labyrinth. We've got one more little segment of labyrinth here, along with our Eddie confrontation. And a few things to look at with the boat launch and the lake. But then we'll be on to the Lakeview Hotel. But first we have this little area, kind of on the tail end of the labyrinth. I love the grassy, dirt-filled area, practically outdoors, where most graveyards would be, but still inside. Just sort of adding to that absurd, completely illogical sort of nature, very surreal labyrinth kind of area. I feel like this section of the game, the labyrinth, everything leading up to this, the prison onward, basically, kind of felt the closest to a nowhere as we get in this game. Silent Hill 1, you have nowhere at the very end of the game. An area just called Nowhere. And it's this big nonsensical mashup of all of these other areas that you've been to before that are in Alessa's memories, sort of all mixing together in nonsensical ways. And even though these are not really repeated locations, some of it is. We have some recognizable parts of like Woodside Apartments and areas that didn't belong in Woodside Apartments, like Angela's room and James and Mary's home. But we see them first in the apartments, sort of being manifested, and then again in the labyrinth being manifested, kind of showing that those areas are separate from Silent Hill. They're not places that were literally supposed to exist in the apartments, by having them show up here in the labyrinth as well. This felon drank one last bottle of ale before he was executed and laid here to his eternal rest. Some relatively mysterious tombstones with some of the inscriptions on them. Oh, there's Cecil. Cecil Dunstan. We actually see this one repeated several times in the graveyard where you first meet Angela at the very start of the game. Died in 1840. But just like in the original, we've got the felon who drank their last ale, although the writing is very different. Same general idea, but the writing for it has changed quite a bit compared to the original. But this one, same as the OG, Miriam K. Labeled as traitor, which is still one of the like unanswered mysteries of the original Silent Hill 2. I like that it's still referenced here in the remake. Who is Miriam K? Why was she a traitor? There's a lot of speculation and theory around it, but never any concrete answer. It's never given in context of the game. It's never been mentioned by any of the developers, like who or specifically why this is here. There are some people who think this is a reference to Miriam Locane. There is a Miriam mentioned in Silent Hill 2, one of Walter Sullivan's victims. But Miriam Locane, the sister of Billy Locane, they were both children. You wouldn't really expect little children to be labeled as a traitor. And then, of course, last name Locane, wrong last name initial. Could have been a typo or something like that, but still doesn't explain traitor. Then there is a Hawaiian princess. Let me pull this up, some of my notes on it from the original Silent Hill 2. Miriam K. Like. From 1851 to 1887, was a princess of the Hawaiian Kingdom and member of the reigning House of Kalakaua, born in Honolulu. And she was originally supposed to marry somebody, I think it was somebody in Japan. There was supposed to be a wedding. Trying to find that information. But there was basically supposed to be an arranged marriage between her and a Japanese royal, or something to that nature, that didn't pan out. And Miriam K was labeled by some people as like a traitor for not going through with this arranged marriage. She apparently died very mysteriously, and a lot of the locals claimed that she was prayed to death. Like, people prayed for her to die so hard that she actually just died. So, even for, I guess, Hawaiian or Japanese, which original dev team being Japanese may have delved into this little sort of random chunk of history, but again, why include that? Who would even make that connection? Why would anybody on the Japanese dev team include this if that is indeed the reference? So, very mysterious on this. People have their theories on what it could potentially be, but no definitive answers. And then you have, of course, Walter Sullivan. Mentioned several times throughout Silent Hill 2, both the original and the remake. A serial killer who went on a killing spree and eventually also took his own life while imprisoned. They should make a game about this guy. What an interesting minor character. They should make a whole game about this Walter Sullivan guy. I'm just also trying to look at kind of the condition of each of these graves. Like, the stones are different shapes. Some are much more worn and like plain than others. Some look a little bit more like intentionally broken. Look at that stretched dirt texture. And this is the grave for Angela Orozco. So our own Angela, who we just encountered previously, helped her defeat the manifestation of her abusive father. Has a grave here. Right next to it. Eddie Dombrowski. Who we also encountered at the very start of the prison area. It's the last time we saw Eddie. Clearly losing his mind. Acting very defensive when confronted about the bullet-riddled corpse next to him in the cafeteria. Claiming that it was all self-defense. And then changing his story, saying that he was being made fun of. And then ultimately trying to play it off and say he's just joking. And goes off on his own. His grave has more texture detail than Angela's. Eddie's looks a little more properly, like, dug out. Or a coffin or a casket. Angela's looks very rough. I mean, other than just the stretched texture, it's not as clean of a dug hole. And lastly, James Sunderland himself. This is my hole. It was made for me. It's a Junji Ito reference, by the way. Like the detail of stuff, the dirt still sort of collapsing and falling. There's no actual bottom. There is no bottom of the grave. Oh wait, is there? You just have to zoom in past the void. There is. I take it back. They hide it with a layer of shadow. How about that? It's supposed to be bottomless because we're jumping into it in a moment. And it's going to take us to the hallway where we lead up to the Eddie confrontation. But instead of making a full-on pit, they just mask it with a shader. Let's see, and if we can get a good shot of James in his grave. Why do my controls always break? There we go. Some very faint writing on this grave. Not really legible. But I believe this is another copied one from the graveyard where we meet Angela. I think in general, this whole graveyard section is supposed to be that graveyard. That cemetery, when you're very first walking into town, is being manifested here. Hey, what's up, Hank? All right. Jump in your grave, James. Oh, actually, I didn't mean to load immediately. Main menu, please. So I switched to English. This, like, whole playthrough had been in Japanese. Because a lot of people still haven't experienced the Japanese language dub of this game yet. And I switched it over to English to test some of the dialogue, some of the background sound of Angela's father, like whispering to her in an earlier part of the labyrinth, and I kept forgetting to switch back to Japanese. So today I finally remembered. We'll get to have that Eddie fight in Japanese. Let's grab the supplies. Those sounds are definitely the Japanese actor. I know we were curious about that, if a lot of James's grunts and breathing and those sort of noises are still just using Luke, or if they're actually the Japanese actor. Although I think it's the combat noises people were wondering about. If those little grunts and things are still Luke, which they might be. Another long set of stairs, long corridors. Very similar to going down the stairs from the historical society into the prison. Very similar to the OG, you've got this strange hallway after jumping down. It's going to gradually start having blood. Although this feels very sudden. They get super intense with it, like, right away. One thing I like about the OG version of this hallway is it's real subtle. You see like one tiny little blood splatter on the floor. It's very faint, very easy to miss. And then you'll run a little bit more and you'll see like two more. It takes a while before you get to like blood everywhere. Remake makes it a a lot more intense as soon as it starts. Blood all over the walls, already dripping down off of the ceiling. James at the end of a long, bloody hallway, corridor. I almost called it a hallway. Like, my brain is mixing corridor and hallway. Alright, so I've got the camera pulled way out so that we'll get some slightly different camera views and perspectives on this Eddie cutscene.
俺なんてほっとけばよかったんだ。なんでこんなとこまで追いかけてきた？何度殺されりゃ気が済む？
エディ、おう、エディ、私だ。
ああ。いや、ジェームス。
エディ、何をした？
何をしたと思う？豚の穴から生まれた豚クソ野郎！さっさと泣けよ！ママに慰めてもらえ！生きるだけ無駄だ！なんで死なねえんだ！ああ、そうだよな。俺はバカでノロマで弱虫なデブだ。でもな、誰だって天才でも顔がどんなに良くても死体になっちまえば同じ。デブより価値がない。
エディ、
なんだ、お話でもしようってか。落ち着けって。あんたも同じだ、ジェームス。
それは違う。
もう黙れ。俺をバカにしてる。わかるんだからな。ずっと俺を見下してた。会った時からだよ。もう笑わないのか？
もうやめよ
う。綺麗事言うな、ジェームス。町に呼ばれたんだろう。なあ、俺と同じだよ。そんな善人面したって無駄さ。なあ、すぐにわかるよ。
Gotta say, I'm a fan of that. The remake's version of this scene. I like Eddie. I like Eddie's character model. I like his voice acting performance in English and in Japanese. It's interesting that they changed this, because originally this part of the original is part of the fight. James doesn't punch Eddie. Eddie takes a shot at James, and then James, you have to like fight him. Essentially, you're defending yourself against against Eddie shooting at you. Now, James kind of does that automatically. They take that away from the player. I'm not sure if I like that aspect as much. It makes more sense. It flows a little bit better rather than having this short little phase of the fight where they basically trade blows and then Eddie runs off into the next room and then you have your next phase of the fight. It flows a little bit better just kind of having everything wrapped up in the cutscene there. And Eddie just immediately goes into the next room. But I like being able to have that moment of the player making a conscious decision to fight Eddie, to defend themselves. Oh, look at this. We're already loaded into a basic version of the docks. The boat launch and the docks and the lake are all here. The rowboat's already here. The save point is already here. Just without a lot of the textures and details. So from like the moment that cutscene happens, we're kind of out of the labyrinth. I'm assuming Eddie's model is not going to be just hanging out in here somewhere. But that's cool to see. Get these environmental changes. Stuff that's going on outside of our location. Just kind of seeing how the game loads in each of its areas kind of chunk by chunk. Because I wanted to see what would happen if you like go back through the door, but this is no longer that corridor. It's no longer that area. So now we've got more of Eddie's other world. Elements of it, the ice and snow, all of these things indicating a sense of cold. Frost on all of the victims' bodies. But all of the bodies are also very clearly James. This is another one of those scenes that I think, unfortunately, a lot of fans read this a little too literally for what is intended to be the meaning behind it. People think this is, oh, it's the loop theory. Eddie says, why did you follow me here? How many times do I have to kill you? Clearly he's killed James all of these times, and James is stuck in a time loop. I don't think so. I think it's the same as the original Silent Hill 2. There is no loop. It's James's subconscious painting his other world, and Eddie's subconscious painting Eddie's other world. And when you have these two characters sort of reaching these moments of heightened stress and proximity to each other, their other worlds are overlapping. So Eddie is saying, how many times do I have to kill you, to his bully? The person who bullied him, the person who he shot in the leg, The person whose dog he killed is tormenting Eddie, is being manifested, is stalking Eddie through his other world and driving Eddie mad. Eddie's being tormented by somebody making fun of him. It's something that he struggles with, and so the town, the power of the town is reflecting that into his other world. It's drawing that aspect from his subconscious and portraying it into his perceived reality. So for Eddie, these are not James. He's not talking to James. He's not talking about killing James over and over. He's not talking about James following him here. He's talking about his bully. But we, as the player, have been seeing James and his subconscious and his other world just like we're seeing it now. All of these times that James has been thinking about his own death, about his wife's death, he has these deep-rooted suicidal ideations that are part of his subconscious that the town is drawing on and portraying around his perceived reality. So in this moment, we're seeing Eddie's other world, his bullies, the corpses of all of these bullies that have been following and making fun of Eddie and driving him mad, along with all of the cold, the ice, the snow, everything that we've been seeing attributed to Eddie's other world. Every time you see Eddie, there's the fog from his breath. You can see that that cold breath in the air. So for Eddie, everything is cold. So we're seeing all of Eddie's other world overlapping with James's other world. James sees his corpses. He sees death. He sees decay. He sees himself as being deserving of this. So we're seeing those aspects of James and Eddie's minds kind of overlapped here. And I should point out that, like, we as the player are most likely seeing things that not even James and Eddie are seeing. Eddie's probably seeing all of this totally differently. We know he's probably seeing his bully. He might not be perceiving the cold. He might be feeling it, experiencing it to some degree, but we don't know exactly what he is seeing. James never acknowledges these corpses. James himself might be in such a state of denial that he is not seeing these and recognizing them and acknowledging them. So not only do you have James's perception of reality to take into consideration and Eddie's reality to take into account, but us as a player, as an outside viewer, also seeing things that the characters themselves do not. Just getting a little bit of a closer look at all the corpses. See if there's anything kind of interesting or unique about them. All posed differently. All sort of wearing different clothes, except for a few things. Like the jackets and undershirts are different, but it looks like the same kind of jeans, boots. Clearly the actual body and head, hair, all of that is James. And just getting some nice screen grabs here. All right, Eddie. I'm trying to remember, is this next part actually a cutscene? Or is it just Eddie's speech in the gameplay? I think it's just his speech once you start walking around, yeah. We don't actually get the Let's Party cutscene.
あの犬をぶち殺して逃げたんだ。でもめちゃくちゃ楽しかった。自分の腹渡噛みちぎろうとして最後は丸まって死んだよ。でやつが追ってきたから足を打ってやったんだ。犬よりキャンキャンない。次はあんただ、ジェームス。見つけた。なあ、あんたビビってんだろう。見つけた。
Sounds badass and intense in Japanese. It's just like one of my Japanese animes. Hearing the isolated sound effect. Punching the meat. Is that just where he hit it? Little pieces of it fell off? Yeah. Little chunks of meat fly off. It all comes down to this, James. John Ken Poe. Rock, paper, scissors. Oh! He grabs you and headbutts you. I don't think I've seen that attack. A sound effect. Eddie's face. Doing gorilla poses. Just boys being silly. Guys' night out. I like how you can see the guts, the meat chunks. All flying out there, and it leaves it sort of hollowed out. Quite a hand cannon he's got. He's fast, too. Try and get a better look at his revolver. The barrel on that thing. Very thin handle. I'll kill you, James. He's got the H-Mart specials. You can see the veins. The blue, like, veins and bruises and stuff all over his legs. That's a good shot. Hey, Cano Snails. Cano Snails, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. Going out to the community. Maurizio, Man of High Caliber, Mumble Thy Name, Hunta Blunt, and Rosetta Stoned. Enjoy those subs courtesy of Can O Snails. Thank you so much, Snails. Very, very much appreciate that. Thank you so much for the love and support. Thank you, thank you. Eddie's revolver's a single action army, just has a long barrel. Those grips do look really small in his hand, though. It might be kind of clipping into his hand a bit. Yeah. It's kind of clipping into his hand a bit, and it makes it look much thinner than it actually is. Eddie closing his eyes, getting ready for the headbutt. And James is just like, well, this is my life, I guess. The things I do for love. Oh my god. That was like a... Speaking of Ocelot, that was like a solid snake grunt. Oh, okay, he's got new moves now. Hit a dude with a chainsaw once and he starts breaking out new moves. Going for the pistol whip. Take our closer look at bloodied up Eddie. Yep. I've gone too far. May have gone too far in a couple places. Ruined the shoes. Just covered in blood. I mean, if you're going to be gashed open with a chainsaw, I suppose that's appropriate. Okay, there's the headbutt again. I want to get a good shot of that little dodge when you're aiming at it. Oh, there's like camera shake built in. Here we go. First person James view. Oh, he closes one eye. He keeps one eye open when he aims like that. And then the recoil. Sends his arm back, closes his eyes. Meanwhile, I've been shot. We just keep aiming and dodging. Super runaway. Wanted to try to see when he's reloading. The meat with a big hole just blown through it. Was Eddie not actually in here while he's doing his little speech? See if we can find at what point he actually spawns in. Is he out of bounds? Possibly. Did they just put him up on the roof? Because his audio is still happening, like, directionally. They could just be making his character model invisible. A few different ways developers could kind of create the effect. I'm guessing he's going to be in here some point after finishing that last line. I'm just curious where he'll pop up. I'm just slowly pausing and unpausing the game. And looking around. This audio doesn't sound much like Yamaoka, not that it's bad. Yeah, this one's not Yamaoka. There's a lot of the ambient music throughout the game that is not Yamaoka. There is still Bloober Team's musician. It's the same musician who's been doing stuff with Bloober Team since like Layers of Fear. Arcadius something? Yeah. Arcadius Rikowski. Layers of Fear, Observer, The Medium. And he did work with Yamaoka before this on The Medium. Yamaoka contributed a little bit on The Medium. But a lot of times when you hear music and it doesn't really sound like Yamaoka music, it's probably Arcadius. Which I agree. I like his music. It's not the same style for sure as Yamaoka, but it doesn't really feel too out of place. It's not bad. Oh, there he is. So now he's there. Oh, and he's got animations. And we've got audio changing. A vague siren, air raid siren sound as well. Yeah, whenever he's having his dialogue moments, the little speech moments, he's not actually physically in the room. The character model is either invisible or out of bounds somewhere.
Huh.
You need help, Eddie. Did he disappear again? Are we about to get more dialogue? So we got another little bit of dialogue there. Yeah, so whenever he runs off and has something to say, he's not there. Let's advance the game by like a second. I'm trying to see like the moment he spawns in. Advance the game by like a second. I'm just really quickly unpausing and then pausing again. I wonder if he spawns at set points, or if it's like based on character, like player position. Oh, I hear him running, so he just spawned in. I heard the footsteps that time when I unpaused. Yeah, here he is. So he's like over here in this little corner. Yeah, and he's like hitting himself in the head. He's struggling, fighting against himself, or trying to hype himself up into attacking James. Just losing his mind, perhaps. Yeah. Fucking James's face. He just always is like, well, oh well, I guess that's what's happening. And Eddie is now a floating gun. Oh, there we go. Oh, there's a good shot, seeing the breath. Eddie's breath. Final phase, new music. Oh, the camera's bobbing up and down slightly. I'm like, why does it look like Eddie's floating with the meat? But it's the the camera bobs up and down a little bit during this part, I guess. Also, did these rails and everything just like show up out of nowhere? They all manifest in just for this last phase of this fight? Or was I just not paying attention to them before? It feels like all of this just changed. Eddie's gonna shoot this meat. Oh, he finally got me. Ooh. I just want to see if he has any other little unique animations. But he doesn't seem like he's psyching himself up. He doesn't have anything like that anymore. And he doesn't seem to dodge when I aim at him like he was doing in the first phase. I don't think he does any more melee at this point either. He looks like he just shoots, regardless of how close you are to him. Does the meat run out? I kind of want to test that as well. trying to see if... Do I even have enough to destroy it? Okay, shotgun will destroy it. Eddie, stop. I'm trying to do something. Eddie, please. You can get rid of all the meat. You can get rid of all of the meat. Where will you run now, Eddie? I'm coming for you, Eddie. You can't stop me. Bullets don't harm me, Eddie. I have too many dirty needles in my jacket. It's going to happen. Can't escape your fate, Edward. Life has many doors, Ed boy. Oh. It's a little reload animation. His head. His neck. His head like swiveled around. Oh, now we're punching? Now we're gonna be a punchy boy? I think it's because he was reloading and, like, cornered. Yeah, I miss having James have the "I killed a human being" line here. We do have the nice like visual. We get more detailed character acting. The way he grabs his hands, the way he was doing in the bathroom in the very beginning. His hands seem to recognize this feeling. He sort of instinctively does that hand motion. It's sort of like his tick, his cope body language. But I do miss having the voice line. Got him. Also, it's a little bit weird that he's bloodier during the fight. Like when you injure him and his model's all like dripping, like covered with blood. As opposed to when you kill him and he's just got the one little hole. And it's like a bullet hole. I beat this man's with a pipe. I mean, I guess I did shoot him a couple times. But it was mostly chainsaw and pipe. Where's his hat? There's his hat. No sweat stains on the inside of the hat? There's his hat. The Western Maine Wolf Pack. More little clues to Maine. And at this point, James refuses to aim at the body. Like, no, that's too much. Well, that's cool. Learned some new stuff about Eddie's behavior in this fight. Also learned you can destroy every single one of the floating meat chunks. To the point that you just have hooks everywhere. Such a good spot to have a DVD area too. I mean, there's hooks, there's pallets. We're already 50% of the way there. And then there's graffiti that says Montana. Montana SV with a rollerblade. Okay. It's like the only piece of graffiti in here. And I think that's a unique one. I don't remember seeing that anywhere else. Same fire extinguisher and stuff. And then all the textures and lighting load in. Oh yeah, and as soon as you're out, this whole thing changes. The whole arena's gone. The connecting area behind it, everything. No swimming or diving permitted in this area. I'm always surprised to see how far back a lot of the environments and stuff go. Cement bags, same stuff we've seen before. The fact that this sign, we still have this sign, I'll come back to that in a second. Can't remember if they have it visible or posted anywhere else. No, it is just hidden back here. So we have this sign. Persons procuring or concealing what is it? Procuring or concealing escape of prisoner. Prisoners are subject to prosecution and imprisonment. So this sign is in the original Silent Hill 2. And the sign in both games, I mean, this one is referencing the original, and the original was referencing a real sign that was, I believe, outside of Alcatraz. Let me see if I can pull this up. Yeah. So here is... Get the screenshot. So here is Alcatraz. With that sign. And pull this up. So there it is in the original Silent Hill 2. In this same area, right after the Eddie boss fight. So great detail. Another good little Easter egg. Because I'm pretty sure you can't get back there to examine that normally. Let's go ahead and save it before the game crashes on me or something. Yeah, you're not able to go back there. You can barely even see back there. But yeah, using the cam hack, we can see that is the same prisoner. No concealing, no procuring. You'll be subject to prosecution and imprisonment. The Alcatraz sign, referenced in the original Silent Hill 2, now referenced again in Remake. Road trip. One of our strange photos. I think that's one of the help wanted signs that we saw in town before. I just remember the handwriting of it and seeing some other similar ones. Danger, no trespassing, authorized personnel only. That can't stop me. Oh. Invisible wall right there. Crazy to me how much of this all has collision. James, fuck this shit, I'm out. Sunderland. Yep. We're just gonna walk home now. Time to run across Toluca Lake. Oh. I may have made a mistake. We're in the void. Oh. Oh. Okay. We are in water. What's that? It's okay. I found a boat. We'll be fine. There's a boat. And that spawned everything back in. Okay. Thank you, boat. So let's see. Can I just zoom across to Toluca Lake? We can zoom pretty far. Is this the Rebirth Island? Nope. Just a... Oh, no. No. No, it's not. Oh, the wall of fog. The fog cube. I keep wanting that light source to like trigger the rowing up to the hotel cutscene or something. But I'm guessing the game doesn't load any of that in until we actually interact with the boat. Do you zoom with the boat once on it? Well, it's time to find out. Oh, is this not a UFO ending location anymore? I forgot they changed some of those locations around. I may have already missed one. It's at the pier once you get to the hotel. Okay. In the OG, it's before you get in the boat. So remake, it's after. Gotcha. A to use the left paddle. D to use the right paddle. W to row forward. Rowing is for chumps. I want to zoom. Let's just try going over here. Well, we don't zoom in the boat, but we do bring the oars. Whoa, what is happening? Don't worry, guys, we're gonna get there. We're going. We're just gonna fly our way over there. It'll be fine. Wow, we really go zooming. If I only use one oar. Okay. We've made it to the void. We are out of the void. We are through the buildings. Well, we're technically in the hotel. The music. Whoa! Oh no! Zoom back. There we go. Oh, we're in the It's Bread room. We're in the Silent Hill 3 reference. Like, you can literally examine this cart and get an achievement that just says it's bread, as a reference to Silent Hill 3. It's bread. This is one way to explore the hotel. Although I feel a little motion sick now. So it might not be the best way. But, I mean, I guess we answered the question. Can you just, like, row from the boat across the lake straight to the hotel? Kind of. Technically. Sorta. I also wanted to look at the side of the boat. JS. James Sunderland. Soars 2490. Oh, and the texture is mirrored and stuck on the other side. Boat number 5. Oh, look at that. It's just a flat texture off in the distance. But there's the little rebirth ending island and the church, which is based on a real church in Spain Let me pull this up. So, the Church of San Pedro. Church of San Pedro, which is in Avila, Spain. So it's the same as it looks in the original Silent Hill 2. But yeah, here's the real church in Spain, Church of San Pedro. And here is the church as it appears in the original Silent Hill 2. You never really get a good look at it. It's only during a little glimpse during the rebirth ending. But using a cam hack in the original Silent Hill 2, or just viewing the raw asset, you can see it just like this. And then there it is in the remake. They put way more effort in less important things so far, but the island was a flat building. Yep. Just a distant, flat texture. That you never even really get the opportunity to see. This FOV is crazy. Well, I want to see a lot of these cutscenes with different perspective, and the cam hack doesn't work while a cutscene's playing. So I try to pull the FOV like super far back whenever I know a cutscene's about to play. We get some interesting perspectives. Some really cool shots like this, some really cool views. Sometimes some weird stuff that happens that's normally outside of the frame. James sliding around when he steps up onto the dock like that. Oh, there's our UFO sound. There's our UFO sound. Gotta hit the A pose. Look at this glowing gem. Same writing that's on James's boat. And points for the aliens. We will see if the aliens accept our points. Do they accept the scam points? Writing in numbers on the actual life vests. This is where we need to be especially thorough. Looking around the hotel. There's a lot of details. And I'm determined to discover some light bulbs hiding in a can somewhere. They must exist. Lakeview Boat Rentals. There's the Rebirth Church again. Church of San Pedro in the background. Spend unforgettable moments on Toluca Lake. These waters will bring you peace. $15 for the day. There's our Lakeview Hotel map, at least for the garden area. More floral theme. Lots of flowers, lots of recurring flower themes all throughout the game. Flowers on that towel pattern. Don't want any damn flowers. Just go home already. We have telescopes with more than 6 polygons. It's not like that weird one in the Historical Society. Same ice cream carts as Rosewater Park. Same newspapers we've seen in some other places. New forum, changes in insurance prices, opinions, facts, city unsure of problems. Small changes can have big effects. $0.25. There's the view. Saved you a quarter. Pair of glasses and a book. The Bible in Latin. We've seen this in several places already. This was in the prisoner's cell, the cult member's cell in the prison. This was in Brookhaven Hospital in the cafeteria. A few different spots. It's also here with a pair of glasses. Welcome to Neighborhood Cafe chalkboard. Seen that all over the town. The little kid's toy horse. We've seen this in the apartments and in excuse me, outside of the Baldwin Mansion. Do we also not get the "this place hasn't changed at all in 3 years" dialogue, or does it happen when you get closer to the hotel? I can't remember. Because in the original, it's as soon as you row up to the dock. It's part of the cutscene when you land. Oh, there's the Silent Hills. There they are. Pop out of render distance. Been waiting to see the gardens in full? Same. There's a lot of stuff here at the hotel I've been waiting to see. With the benefit of the cam hack. Look at all the pretty flowers. No light bulbs in the lamppost. They're all inside in their cans. I'm sure of it.
3年経つが全く変わっていない。
There it is. Okay. So it's like as you're coming up the stairs, kind of a weird spot where you're still too far to really see the hotel. Although it's very distant in the original as well, from the docks to the front of the hotel with all the fog. You barely see it. Rotten apple. Place your bets. Will James fancy finger? Will we get a fancy finger? Hold on. Can't I run a poll? Prediction. Fancy finger when picking up apple. Yes or no? You have 1 minute. You can use your scam points. You can use the scam points and potentially win some scam points. Traditionally, we only see the fancy finger when picking up keys. But we've also seen the fancy finger when picking up some items. Will we get the fancy finger? Will James feel fancy holding this apple? What do you think? Predict with your points. We're currently at 11,490 for yes, 25,373 for no. And there it is. That is all the time for your predictions. Fancy finger time. We are fancy about apples. We are fancy about apples here. Manage prediction. Choose outcome. Yes. Fancy finger when picking up the apple. Viewers who have chosen the correct outcome will be awarded 36,863 channel points. Enjoy your scam points. Fancy finger believers. The fancy finger believers. Wait, can I see the Wheezy? Got a bunch of points. Wheezy Lipe? Wheezy Lipe? Rigged? I genuinely had no idea what would happen. I had no clue how fancy James would be feeling about holding that apple. It's really been so few times where it's been an object and not a key. It happens for like every key, but only a few objects James has gotten the fancy finger over. Gotta believe in the finger. Lost one of the east. Lone one of the east. I can't read. Out of the water's safety, now lost out of breath. It's getting ahead of myself reading it. Lone one of the east, out of the water's safety, now lost, out of breath. And of course, over here on this side, the broken Little Mermaid music box. Part of the music box puzzle of the original Silent Hill 2. And the fishy. As the cold draws near, they abandon their old nests to return in time. Birdie. Birdie, birdie. Oh, it's a haiku. Didn't catch that. Are these all haikus? As the cold draws near, they abandon their old nests to return in time. 575. Yeah, I don't think I noticed that either. Infinity issue. Thanks for pointing that out. Lone one of the east, out of the water's safety, now lost out of breath. Yeah, 575. Of all the flowers. This whole like expanded garden area. Remake did a great job with the hotel. Which I'm not sure about the garden part, but a lot of the exterior and 100% this part of the interior are based on the real life Stanley Hotel, which was the inspiration behind the Overlook Hotel from Stephen King's The Shining. So you can actually go to the real Stanley Hotel. And it looks a lot like this. At the very least, this part. I'm not sure about the entire thing. But this is straight up just like the Stanley lobby. Let me pull up Stanley Hotel. Which is located in Estes Park, Colorado. The historic Stanley Hotel. Yeah, it is pretty similar from the exterior as well. So here is an exterior shot. Very, very similar. Not exactly. A lot of the exterior is quite different. But some similarities, similar architecture. But then let me get a shot of the lobby. Here's the lobby and the front desk for the Stanley Hotel. That is literally like right here. Like I can line this shit up. So yeah. Huge inspiration behind the remake hotel. Very heavily based on the Stanley Hotel because it is the Stephen King Shining Hotel. It's basically the real life Overlook. All we need is someone to cosplay James and Maria, go there and take some photos. This section of the garden is closed for maintenance. Sorry for the inconvenience. Break the chain with my rotten apple. Hey, Sakura. Wondered on what fresh hell of a stream I had walked into? Ah, we're finally at the hotel. Looking at all sorts of cool stuff. We're finally gonna get to some canned light bulbs. Thought I was in the wrong place when I loaded in on the static photo. Now we're comparing the Stanley Hotel, the real life Stanley Hotel, to the remake version of the Lakeview. Because it's extremely similar. You've got a light bulb in a fish. It's not in a can. Doesn't count. But light bulbs are confirmed. Large one of the West, tempted by the lure's appeal, failed to resist it. Another haiku. Another fish. And a bulb. Fish fear me. Women want me. Fish fear me. At least we have a light bulb where it's not supposed to be. That's a start. Exactly. There's no way there'd be all these other references to super obscure things in the other games and all the details that have been hidden in the environment, all the little Easter eggs. There's no way there's not a can of light bulbs somewhere in this hotel. Same chalkboard. Lakeview Hotel. Although this was something that I thought was a little bit strange. Let me pull it up. For Silent Hill 2 OG. Trying to see how it's stylized, because I've always seen it as Lakeview, all one word. But now it's like 2 words, Lakeview Hotel. Just for the remake. But I think there was an instance in the original where it's written out as 2 separate words. And I can't remember where. It might be on the map? No Laura yet. Like, I think in most cases in the original, it's all stylized as Lakeview, like all one word. Except for like one place. And I can't remember where. Also some somewhat obvious writing. Special places spark fires that warm our hearts forever. This is it. This is your special place. The way Mary talked about it, the way James talks about it. We have it in writing. Special place. Warming that heart forever. Also sparking fire. The hotel burned. The hotel was very badly burned. Fire damage and water damage. And then welcome back. The placard says welcome back. It's actually welcoming back James. Because this is the Otherworld Hotel, by the way. This area, you start in the Otherworld. And that's been confirmed by the developers and by Masahiro Ito. Ito actually had to explain this to Bloober Team because it was something that Bloober Team apparently didn't understand. In an interview with Masahiro Ito, they said they had to change some aspects of the hotel to make it a little bit more obvious, because there was a lot of people from Bloober Team who were big fans of the original game that didn't understand that seeing the hotel in this nice, normal state is the Otherworld. This is not how this hotel is. In the time since James and Mary's vacation, like when they were here, it looked like this. But in the time since they've left, it caught fire, and then the fire was put out. So it was just burned and water damaged and ruined, which is eventually how you come to see it. But a lot of people were confused, even on the Bloober developers side of things, that the burned, water damaged version of the hotel is the real one, and this is the Otherworld. Wasn't there a painting of the hotel being on fire in the prison? I realize that's not in the remake. No, it is in the remake. It's in both. It's in the OG and the remake. And it's a different picture. It's not just the same painting. But in one of the prison cells, you find paintings. And one of the paintings is titled Burning Man. And it shows the hotel on fire. In the original, because the design for Lakeview Hotel is different in the original compared to the remake. So in the original game, the painting shows that original version of the hotel. And in the remake, it's this version designed after the Stanley. But the Burning Man painting is in both. Whole time you thought it was cut from the remake? Okay, there's a lot of stuff that's very easy to miss. And it's an optional part of the prison, like that little area. It's very easy to miss it. But yeah, there's a little chunk of prison cells, and one of them is the cell with the paintings, along with the cult members cell, where you hear the ritual voice, and you can find all the books, all the occult books, and occult symbols on the walls and things like that. All of that is there. I like how we're just hearing little bits of distant piano. Lakeview Hotel. Our room. Mary. So of course it shows us third floor first. Room 312. Waiting for you, written on it. Wonder if you can just warp straight into the room? Let's save the game. Should have a save point right here. Before we start sequence breaking, because trust me, there's a lot of that I'm curious about here too. Well, first we gotta warp up here and see what all loads in. Observation room. There's 312. We can warp right in. And we got the sound for the UFO ending, so can we just get the UFO ending right now? Do I specifically have to do it back here? It made the sound. Was I too slow? Hold on. Oh yeah. Mira's control. It sure is. Now I'm in control. There's like a little corner over here where the textures don't come together. Yeah, Mira's on a lunch break. Pretty cool that it's a rendered room. Oh, for sure. It's even like worn out in the shape of the dog. Is that just me? Or does it actually look like it's worn out where Mira would be sitting? The big red button. The shiny candy-like button. Oh. We can walk into it. Makes sense. You only really experience it in cutscene mode. There's no collision on it. Okay, so it makes the sound. But even if I get the blue gem during that sound, it doesn't actually trigger. Now, did I miss any of the areas where I was supposed to use it? Maybe the key to unlock the door is the trigger to activate using it? Maybe. I don't think I missed any of the places to use it, because if you miss a place to use it, you don't even get the sound when you get to the, like, next area to use it. There's probably something else that goes along with getting that to happen. Some other trigger. We do have the dog key. Does this just work? Oh, weird. It opens the room. But it doesn't trigger the cutscene. UFO charm 4 times total in the OG. I mean, this is day 26. I probably did, but I don't remember everything that I did over the last, like, month and a half of playing this. Because it's all been so spread out. SH2, Remake, UFO, locations. Saul Street Apartments. We definitely did Saul Street. But yeah, I may have reloaded a save where I didn't do it. But we did Saul Street. We did Rosewater Park. I may have had to reload Rosewater Park because that's when Maria was, like, not loading in correctly. But I could have sworn if you skip one, you don't get the tone for using it in the next spot. Hotel dock, and then room 312. And it should just work before using the videotape. So there's probably one of two things. Either I reloaded a save where I didn't use it, like I used it and then something broke and then I reloaded a save and I forgot to use it after reloading. But the fact that we used the dog key and we didn't get this cutscene, I'm guessing they have stuff tied to some other event in the game. Oh, we get the Mary voice line from this side of the door. James. And I do want to say, I don't like the call out for James. Now, this is something that's in the original, but it's done very, very differently. Oh, and also we're teleported over to this side of the door now. So in the original, when you start going up to the third floor and it's gated off like this, you try to go through it, it's locked, and then you turn around to start going back downstairs, and Mary calls out for James. But the way she calls out is more like James. It's like very sad, somber tone. It sounds like when you're listening to the hallway conversation, Mary's sickbed conversation, the I don't want any damn flowers hallway. When she says, James, wait, please don't go, stay with me. It sounds like the way she says James at the start of that. And it's very quiet. And it's not while you're interacting with the door, it's while you're already walking away from it. I liked the implementation of it much, much better in the original compared to it being like almost a jump scare in the remake, where it's much louder, much different tone, and it's while you're actively looking at the door. Okay. Well, we found Mira's room. We checked out room 312. We can't just skip straight to an ending. So it's probably waiting for the music box to be solved, or having the gate unlocked to the third floor. There's some other trigger that the game is looking for before it will actually let those cutscenes happen. Maybe you need the tape, maybe. It might be expecting you to have the tape. Usually, I would think, rather than being tied to inventory, it's almost always in games tied to an event. So it's like, what major events do you have to do before third floor? You need to do the music box puzzle. You need to have the key to the third floor. I feel like it would be one of those two things, if not both. All right. Time to start looking at every little thing in the Lakeview Hotel. I love the texture of these things on the desk. The like leather. Enjoy your dream vacation with us. More dream motif. Lakeview Hotel, check-in time 4, checkout time 10. $14 and 10. Also, now that we're here in the hotel, one of the few clocks in the entire game, I think this is the second one or the third one. There's one that doesn't have hands at all. That might be the only other one. There's only like 2 or 3 clocks in the whole game that are not 10 past 9 and 15 seconds. And this is one of them. Also, what even is this asset? Low poly with just random little snippets of wood. It's like not symmetrical or anything. Clock's drunk. Same newspapers, same as the one we found out there with the glasses on it. In the garden leading up to Lakeview. Storing all items before going to the elevator may have some triggers too. Possibly. That's another big event. We have a few sort of like key progression events that typically will happen before you get to the 3rd floor. So at some point, we'll have to see what that is. We'll have to do some testing. The Jules Society, Chester Palaguts. I think we saw this somewhere else. Chester Palaguts. Searching to see if this is anything in real life. The North American Jules Verne Society. Doesn't look like it's an actual author or book. Room 312 key and ornamental key. Let's try the room 312 key. The fancy finger? Don't worry. We know the fancy finger was there. It's a key. But I'm curious if this is the one. Wait, am I in the wrong hallway? The void hallway? This side? That's the 2nd floor. There it is. Let's see if opening this with the actual key lets the UFO ending happen. No? So it's not just opening this room with the key. It's definitely something else. But I wanted to test it. Bonk. Jules Verne wrote 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. Yeah, but that you don't understand. You don't understand, Zitzen. It doesn't say Jules Verne. It says Chester Palagut's The Jules Society. And when I was Googling this, there is no author named Chester Palagut's that I could find, or person in general. And there is no book called The Jules Society. The closest thing that I could find in a quick search was the Jules Verne Society, which is not what this is. Probably music box trigger. That's what I'm thinking. Music box or unlocking the third floor gate. Oops. Okay. So, somewhere... There's that. Where Laura's gonna be. So I want to go check out the kitchen behind the bar. Of course, we've got some wonderful references in the beer taps. We've already talked about these because they're also in some of the places around town that we were looking at in the early parts of this cam hack, like a month and a half ago. But Red Velvet, reference to Blue Velvet, wonderful film by David Lynch. It is heavily referenced in Silent Hill 2. Leonidas, reference to 300. Keswick Pride, which is a reference to Keswick, England, which is where Derwentwater is. Derwentwater in Keswick is the real Toluca Lake, not the one that's called Toluca Lake in California, but the photographs that the original Silent Hill 2 used for their textures of Toluca Lake. They used actual photographs when you're on the observation deck at the start of Silent Hill 2 OG. And the view of the lake is Derwentwater. They're using photos of Derwentwater in Keswick, England. So Keswick Pride, reference to that. Jacob's Lager, reference to Jacob's Ladder. Wonderful film by Adrian Lyne. That, again, very influential to Silent Hill 2 original. Ale Peaks, reference to Twin Peaks, another David Lynch masterpiece that heavily inspired a lot of aspects of Silent Hill 2 and Silent Hill in general. And Toluca Light, because Toluca Lake. Why is there a 300 reference? I really wish I knew, Super Shish Kebab. I understand all these other references. I'm not sure what the 300 connection is. Maybe someone on Bloober Team just really liked that movie. All the alcohol bottles that we've been seeing throughout the town. The old Polish whiskey. Original whiskey. Bourbon, old whiskey. Strange photo. Same jukebox. Yep, same background artwork and everything inside of it that we find in Neely's bar. Big Fish Bonanza. This month, you could be the Toluca King. Just like this guy. Attend our bait workshop hosted by last month's winner for big bites and even bigger prizes. Do you have what it takes to land the Toluca monster? Yoshio, thank you for the raid. Fisherman's Life. Fish. Fishing trophies. Fishing medals. Fishing lures. We'll get a chance to look at all this stuff in more detail as we go on. But we're finally at the kitchen. And I just have to know. This is the kitchen in the original where you would find canned light bulbs. And I want to know. I need to know. Is there canned light bulbs hiding in this kitchen somewhere? It's cardboard boxes full of cookie and butter cake. Cans of spaghetti. Butter cake, pound cake, authentic baked beans with pork, baked beans and tomato sauce. No gutless fatzos mentioned in the nutrition facts. Come on. There's no way Bloober Team would leave out something as important as canned light bulbs. Like, it should have been one of the little like memories of the past, like flashback moments. Whole box of Vice biscuits, cookie, tea, pierogies, cheesecake. Pound cake. I'd like some pound cake. Cat Link, thank you so much for the raid. There's pound cake. There's enough pound cake for everybody. Pound cake, butter cake, baked beans, sliced peach, specialty fruit, blueberries, cookie, tea, pierogies, strawberry cheesecake. I love cookie. They left out the light bulbs. That's the main thing I've been waiting for. This is welcome everybody. I'm Nub Zombie. This is day 26. For 26 streams, I have been very slowly, meticulously making our way through Silent Hill 2 Remake with this cam hack mod and looking at all of the little details and Easter eggs and out of bounds, everything that we possibly can. And the whole time, I've been wondering, because I've played this game several times already, and there are so many little references and Easter eggs and everything else throughout this whole playthrough. We found some really, really cool stuff. References to the original, references to other games, some pretty deep cuts in some Easter eggs and things. But the one thing I was really surprised that I didn't see in any of my playthroughs was canned light bulbs. There's a notorious sort of puzzle in the original Silent Hill 2 where you have to get a can opener and open up a tin can, and inside is light bulbs. And you have to use that light bulb on a lamp to be able to see a door clearly enough to use a key on it. And Bloober completely removed that whole puzzle aspect. And in every other instance in this game where they removed a puzzle, like in the prison in the original Silent Hill 2, there's a door, a trap door in the ground you have to open with a horseshoe and a wax doll and a lighter, where it's like you melt the wax into the place where the handle would go and you put the horseshoe in like a handle and then it opens. They reference that stuff. They give you specific little things that you can interact with called memories of the past or remnants of the past that give you like a little tone. You get an achievement for like finding all of them. So anytime they change a puzzle, usually they put a reference to it. They didn't do that for the canned light bulbs, which led me to believe they're probably hidden in the environment as an Easter egg somewhere. But here I am in the kitchen where the canned light bulbs should be, and I'm not finding them. And it just seems so weird to me that Bloober Team would include so many Easter eggs and so many references and so many callbacks and not that one. They got Snakebite Whiskey. They got Vinditable Rosé. They got moldy fruit and potatoes and broccoli, peppers. garlic, melon, but how could they not include canned light bulbs anywhere? Like, they must be here. They must be somewhere. Maybe they're in the fridge. There's nothing in the fridge. Fridge is not even rendered inside. Any more cans? Any cans? Maybe they're in this room. All the bourbon. Straight bourbon whiskey. Bourbon. But yeah, thank you again for the raid, Catlink. I'm sorry to you and all of your viewers who are just like, what the fuck is wrong with this guy? But I'm an obsessive Silent Hill nerd. I've been doing this kind of stuff on Twitch for the last 10 years. More than 10 years at this point. So, welcome. If you like obsessive, weird know-it-alls, when it comes to Silent Hill, I'm your guy. And yeah, shoutouts to Catlink. For any of my viewers, if you're not already following Catlink, you should be. What's wrong with you? She's wonderful. Super funny. Very talented speedrunner of many, many games. A lot of horror games, including several Silent Hill games. Definitely go check her out. What have you been up to, Kat? What were you streaming? Are you on the Death Stranding 2 grind like so many others? This game, actually, you were playing 2 Remake? Very nice. Been doing a very slow Silent Hill marathon, and this is the last one. Oh, that's awesome. A very slow Silent Hill marathon is my middle name. I'll have to catch up on your VODs. But right now I'm on the hunt. I want them bulbs. Those tasty canned light bulbs that you can only get from the Lakeview Hotel. Need to send a PSTV and Book of Memories. Let the good times continue. Book of Memories is the only one you haven't touched? Well, I could send you the PSTV. We've got 2 of them. but I can't really send you my copy of Book of Memories. I mean, I could, but it won't do you much good. It's a little bit melted and fused with a candle from the last time I ever played Book of Memories, so out of luck there. Destroyed it? Yes. I literally melted it after I did all 500 zones. It was one of the worst experiences of my life. And I literally melted my copy of it in a candle on stream. Yeah, Rachel has a copy, but I wouldn't want to deprive her of that joy. Maybe for our wedding anniversary, I'll melt your copy down into a ring. Hey, there's another Old Boy hammer. Reference to the movie Old Boy. Really great Korean drama. Action, etc. We've seen a few of the Old Boy reference hammers throughout this playthrough already. Some Hudson wrenches. Oh yeah, how's James looking? We haven't looked at James's character models in a little bit, pretty much since the Labyrinth. Look how noticeable the stubble has grown. The bruising around the eyes. And the, bags under his eyes. He's got all the dirt and everything on his hands, under his fingernails. At the start of the game, these fingernails were clean. James was looking fresh. He is worn the fuck out now. Got mud and crap all over his jeans and boots. By this point, he's been awake for roughly a day. It's hard to honestly tell, because time and day and night cycle, none of that operates on any sort of logic. Nothing really operates on any sort of logic in Silent Hill. So it's honestly really hard to tell exactly how long he's been here. You have the day start turning into dusk once you get to the theater. There's a lighting change, and then once you get to Brookhaven, everything goes dark and goes to night. But again, time and how things look are not functioning on standard logic. Normally you don't have any weapons when you're down here dealing with these guys. Yes, I know. We scrim. James's face just always cracks me up. Whenever there's something horrible going on, he's taking a lot of damage or dealing with the screams and stuff like that stun him. His face is always just... oh well, I guess. Ooh, they can be killed. I was curious. I mean, I guess technically you can backtrack down here once you get all your stuff back out of the elevator. But I don't think I've ever done that and, like, fought these. Come on, where do you keep your canned light bulbs, Bloober? I'm really surprised it wasn't in any of the cans in the kitchen. They might be in the other kitchen, the one with the It's Bread Silent Hill 3 reference. Oh, once you're in there, all this stuff is deloaded. Maybe it spawns in once you traverse over to the real hotel, not the Otherworld hotel. Maybe. Although that room is pretty much the same no matter what. Nope. Well. Definitely not supposed to be here. Maybe they're in the gift shop. Nothing in the gift shop except for epilepsy. Laura's in there practicing how to play Magdalene. If they don't end up being in the game at all, I can see someone modding in a can or something. Bloober shouldn't have to leave that to mods. Fans should not have to insert their own canned light bulbs. Like, there was references to... Oh, she's not playing Magdalene. I just realized the music there. Do 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 do. But there's references to like Shoot and Crusher Dan. which are movies showing at the theater in Silent Hill 1 that you can barely even see without a modified camera. And the posters for them were references to Raiders of the Lost Ark and Die Hard 2. And there's VHS tapes that you can find in the environment that you can only really see clearly with a cam hack. VHS copies of Crusher Dan and Shoot in this game. Like super deep cut Silent Hill 1 reference type shit. How can they include stuff like that and not canned light bulb? Something that's like a direct puzzle. The Book of Lost Memories. For the rebirth ending. Next to a football, teddy bear, all these little things that kind of coincide with our characters. Football paraphernalia stuff goes along with Eddie. Toys, teddy bears especially, go along with Laura. Guitar. Football. But, like, there must be canned light bulbs somewhere. Maybe they got into the really deep stuff and the things on top just started to get overlooked near the end. That would be very surprising. And they already have, like, other callbacks, other references, the remnants of the past. There's the ones on the fountain out in the garden with the broken music box, the Little Mermaid music box from the OG Silent Hill 2 puzzle. That's the thing. Those almost always are references to puzzles that they changed. And since they changed the canned light bulb puzzle, where's our reference? They reference every other puzzle that changed. Maybe they're in the room with the light bulb puzzle, the one that you have to paint red. Maybe. Perhaps. Here's Pablo Gatto's Pets Under Our Garden. New Damnation. Some other books and things that we've seen. There's Jules' Society again. Paper cranes. Leave me alone. I'm looking for light bulbs. Gotta be some light bulbs in this hotel. Some of those fresh canned light bulbs. Mannequin room. There's the Pamacroni. In the nurse's office. No cans. Huh. Clipping in here makes that stuff just automatically break through? I mean, it's so strange they're not in the back kitchen, the behind the Venus Tears bar, where they would have been in the original. Behind the bookshelves in the secret room, maybe? Maybe. But We're going to have to wait till next time. We're going to have to wait till tomorrow night to find out. We have a whole lot of this hotel to explore. And since they were not where I thought they would be, I wanted to check the obvious place first. But they were not there. They were not there. So I don't have all night, unfortunately. I need to try and get some sleep. I've got to get up early to run some errands and things tomorrow. So I will be back tomorrow, probably around 4 p.m. or so, Eastern, and probably playing some Dead by Daylight and stuff for a few hours. And then tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern, we'll get back to the cam hack and start going through the hotel in order without sequence breaking and just thoroughly exploring everything as we can. And my wife just screamed, so there's a roach in the house, so I need to go take care of that too. But thanks, everybody. I really appreciate you all being here. Much love. I'll see you all tomorrow. Peace.